Previously on Alan Wake. Under the influence of the dark presence, I wrote a horror story that is coming true. Jagger had been my editor, making sure that the unfolding story would make her more and more powerful. Some part of me had been aware enough to write my escape into the story.
Together we can create something absolutely wonderful.
The lake, it does something to the works of art created here. It makes them come true. My mom gave me this old light switch.
The clicker.
Alice is being kept in a dark prison. I need to find Cynthia Weaver to fix this.
It's your fault, and you're gonna pay for it.
Well, we're expecting a record crowd from the neighboring counties. Naturally, we hope to break the record set by last year's Moose Fest in our neighboring town, Watery. Ladies and gentlemen, some people have asked me, what's the big deal about Deer Fest? And I think that this sums it up. It's about friendship and community. We've got a great party coming up, but let's try to hold it in until tomorrow and get through the night in one piece, all right?
I have it. Someone will come for it when the time is right. Thomas said so. He wrote it. The key is insurance. It's my job to keep it safe. Safe in the light. Always in the light.
All the manuscript pages were gone. The FBI agent had taken them.
I think my tongue just took a crap in my mouth. Ugh. Oh, wait, we're in jail now? Al. Al, this is not good.
That about sums it up.
Oh, I am never drinking again.
I need to talk to Weaver. She's the one in the song. The Lady of the Light.
What, the crazy lady? Ugh, whatever you say, Al, but we're stuck here. They're not gonna...
You haven't even interviewed Wake.
I had some reading to do first, Sheriff, and let me tell you, it was an interesting read. Well, I've got you now, Raymond Chandler. It's all here. All the evidence, including conspiracy to murder a federal agent. There's no way you're walking out of here. You hear me in there, Bret Easton Ellis? Huh?
Agent Nightingale, I want to talk to your superior.
Well, we all want things, Sheriff. I wanted my... Look, that's not possible right now.
Agent Nightingale, I insist. Wake, what's wrong?
Lady, are you stupid? It's a trick. It's an obvious trick.
Okay, I've had enough of this crap. Wake, I'm gonna trust you with this.
You're joking.
Agent Nightingale, your opinion would matter more if you were sober and if I actually believed you were here on official business.
Whoa! Get back in the cell, Stephen King. The only way you're leaving this place is over my dead... Wait a minute. I know this...
Oh my God!
Light. We need light. It's the only way to fight this thing.
In my office. I've got your things there. Follow me.
Nightingale tried to make sense of the manuscript. It was disjointed and strange. He didn't understand half of it, but it all rang true. Impossibly true. He took out his hip flask when he reached the page that described how he reached the page that made him take out his hip flask. It wasn't the booze that made his mind reel.
Oh man, we're sitting ducks with the lights out.
Nightingale felt the situation veering out of his control, but the gun at least felt steady in his hands. He was ready to fire, resolved that he would let this happen over his dead body. And yet he hesitated. He had seen this moment before, read it in the page. He was transfixed by the déjà vu and the horror that he was a character in a story someone had written. Then the monstrous presence burst in behind him and dragged him into the night.
It'd be interesting to, it might be really scary and too intense, but it'd be interesting to play a game based like on a deja vu type of scenario. Yeah, a narrative based game that then switches to like full control, say there's like a tsunami or something like that, and the initial experience for the player is making a few minor well, you know what? Never mind. Life is Strange, you already did it. Life is Strange has deja vu powers. What am I talking about? Never mind.
Stay cool. I can get the emergency power on. Here are your things. Wake, what do I need to know? What do you need from me?
They can be hurt in the light, only in the light. And I need to find Cynthia Weaver. She can help me stop this.
Light. Check. Cynthia. She lives in the old decommissioned power plant. I can get you there pretty quickly in the rescue chopper. Come on, let's get back to your friend. Wheeler, I need you to stay here.
What? No.
We're going to fetch our ride, but I have friends who need to be warned about this, and I can't be in two places at once. I need your help.
Well, okay.
Here's a list of people and phone numbers. I need you to call them and tell them you have a message from me. Night Springs, okay? They'll know what to do.
Night Springs? Like the TV show? Gotcha. Oh, hey, that radio guy is on the list. Maine. Who's Frank Breaker? He related to you?
My dad.
Hey, is this like a secret society?
Can you do this? You'll be safe here. The backup power's on. These guys need to be alerted, just in case we don't come back.
You'll come back for me though, right?
As soon as we get the chopper ready. Thanks, Wheeler. I owe you one. Okay, let's go, Wake. Through the back.
Hello, Mr. Breaker. This is Barry Wheeler. Yeah, I know it's late, but listen, the sheriff, Sarah...
Oh, hell. Whatever took Nightingale must have broken the gate controls. We can't reach the gate's control box from here. We need to get to the other side over the rooftop.
I'll go. I'll open the gate for you once I'm across. You stay here in the light and cover me, Sheriff, okay?
I'm a literary agent, sir. I'm just helping her out because she's busy right now.
It's really great that they made the what's the guy's name, the FBI agent, so
I needed to reach the rooftop to get to the other side of the broken gate.
such a sarcastic little prick. Like, I can't believe he called him Bret Easton Ellis. That's too funny to me. That's pretty interesting as well. I don't know, just I'm surprised that was said. I don't know. But yeah, glad to be back playing this again. I just don't know where it's going. Like, I think I know where it's going, but like, I kind of been wrong a few times as far as trying to guess like where this game is going to be going. So, what the hell? Alright. I don't know, I had the impression that, you know, this was like a secret window scenario where he actually did kill his wife or something, and like Lost Highway, secret window type of situation. Jacob's Ladder, you know, where he's possibly dead. Silent Hill, that's another one. That's another influence I thought it might be taken from, or inspired by, or whatever. Oh, you can hurt, yeah. Okay. What is it called? New Haven? Yeah, New Haven from Life is Strange. This town reminds me of New Haven from Life is Strange. It's got the same type of feel. Yeah. Maybe I should move somewhere like this. Flagstaff. I don't know. Or maybe like Jackson Hole. No, Jackson Holes. Somewhere outside of Yellowstone. Oh no, it looks really nice. Looks like a place you can mind your business in and just chill and just, you know, get lost in the forest, go on long hikes in the forest and just get lost. It sounds really nice. Yeah. Oh, oh. Alan Wake's greatest enemy isn't the darkness, it's heights, apparently. Oh no, did I just find like a new little pastime in this game? Like, did you see that death animation was ridiculous. Hold on, I gotta try that again. Get up there, okay. This is so stupid. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? I kinda wanna do more. Wanna jump off more. Oh my god. Oh, he actually landed on that one because it's actually a gameplay area. You actually come from that area, so that area is actually a place where the character can exist. So he actually hit the ground. That time he actually hit the ground. It's kind of interesting. Interesting. We're game testers. We're game testing. Look at us do it. Oh shit. See? Over there he has a midair heart attack. He's just done. Oh shit, now I have to jump. Over there he is, like, he loses consciousness, he just faints. He faints at the sight of blood. Like I do. Except he didn't see any blood. Okay, one more time. That was like that was like an arrow dive or some shit. Oh, I hate that I find this fun. I hate that I find that fun and funny. Now my immersion is broken. That's one thing about games like this, is they have to be like play tested and make sure there's not like a lot of glitches in them, where you start seeing the seams of the world and stuff like that, because it just completely breaks immersion.
Hey, Sheriff! Your password. Night Springs? What's that all about?
It's a stupid joke we have. That Bright Falls is the original inspiration for the TV show. This town can get weird at times. Never this weird, though.
You need to bypass the damaged control box.
What am I, an electrician? Hold on!
I didn't kill that last guy on purpose because I was noticing how good of a side character NPC she is. Just automatically, she's on top of that shit. She was black, and then she looks badass with that shotgun too, that pump. And like, I just wanted to see if she was gonna take out that last guy, and she did, like, perfectly. Like, it almost feels like I'm playing with somebody. Like, that's how good this NPC feels. Her reaction time and her ability to be aggressive and stuff. I like it. That's what I'm saying. Did you see that? Did you see that shotgun work? Did you see how aware she was? Like, she had the best situational awareness I've ever seen. She had the best situational awareness I've ever seen in a video game, in like an NPC, a side character. That guy was like, he was looking at me, but he was like right next to her. She was focused on the other dude, but the fact that she just filled him with lead backed him up, and he was further away. They coded her so that she was able to perceive that, okay, that threat is further away. He's still possibly stronger. He's, I'm the only one focused on him. The player is focused on this other guy. I don't even know if she realized that, but the other guy wasn't focused on her, but he was close enough that she was like, okay, now that I've backed up this guy. She turns and pops the other dude and then goes back to work on the other guy. That was pretty sick. I think I might have to make a clip of that and make like a little gif of it, because I just think it's really cool. Wow. Now I want to know more about. I hope this character's in the second game. Like, I don't know anything about this character. That's one thing I gotta have to say about this game. The limitation is seen by the scope of the narrative and by how many different viewpoints it kind of has. The fact that it's one town in one place, it feels like some of these people should have been a little bit more developed in a way, but I don't know. Is there a book? Is there an Alan Wake book? Because I will honestly buy a novelization of this. I kind of find it that interesting. It'd be a book within a book within a book, within a game, etc. But yeah, that was really good NPC work right there. You can't. I'm not dogging NPCs anymore. She was doing more work than I was. That was really good.
Here, Wake! The chopper's in the other direction! So I guess I was wrong earlier that you actually do come into this area and... Oh shit.
thought earlier, and I mentioned when I was jumping off the roof, that the reason why he was dying is because, you know, you don't play in this area. But it's a similar thing. It's they didn't want the player to somehow get into this area before they were supposed to. So they probably created a dead zone, like a line. Say they created like a line, like this line over here. Like they probably made a line a little higher, or once the player character is out of bounds, then the character just dies, so that there's no way for the character to get into this area before they're supposed to. Like imagine like side jumping down to here and then getting down to here and stuff. Like they didn't want that, so I'm sure they created a you know, they fabricated a dead zone, like right along there, so when I jump off, dead. And same thing for this area. Best cupcakes in the Pacific Northwest. Maybe that's where I should move. Maybe that's where it should be. That'd be cool. Oh snap, I can actually go into the diner? Well, cuckoo cuckoo, Mr. Walrus. Well, I could turn on the... This is gonna be spooky.
I'm gonna want explanations, you know. For example, what the hell happened to Rose? She's seriously messed up now.
The same thing I think happened to me after I arrived.
During this week, you can't remember?
Oh, I remember now. Barry was in his element, making calls, making things happen, even if he didn't entirely know what those things were. He wouldn't let the hot sheriff chick down. Even if every noise he heard from outside, and he heard plenty, made him jump. He had only paused to text Al a message, told him to hurry up. New Yorkers were rude.
You have the right to understand these rights.
There's light! I have a key. Watch my back, Wade.
It's an ambush.
Wait, over here! There's light! I have a key. Watch my back, Wade.
It's an ambush.
Let's go, Wake. Okay, someone's messed with the fuse box here, but you should be able to jury-rig it while I find the keys.
I already got electrocuted once today. How about I look for the keys and you get burned for a change?
Fine. They should be in the clerk's office on the other side of the building, near the main entrance.
Gotcha.
The darkness that wore Barbara Jagger's face was furious. The story in the manuscript had been making it stronger all the time, but now the light had set the writer free and hurt it, weakened it. It was only a matter of days before the dark presence would be strong again, but meanwhile, it would be difficult to recapture the writer.
The keys aren't upstairs, Wake.
I'm just gonna take a quick look.
vigilance, conscience, and uncompromising clarity of vision. A need so fundamental, it permeates our very being. And yet, a man may be brought to his knees in a single heartbeat. In Night Springs. Tonight's episode, Taken in His Prime. For young Manny, the night hasn't been kind. He's a marked man, selected for a lifetime of servitude after answering an ad in the newspaper. But first, a little field surgery is required.
Well, well, look what I found.
Please, no!
Yeah, I think you're just about ready for it.
Best if you don't resist this, kid. We gotta beat it out of you.
What? I don't understand. What did I do? I just wanted to get a job in the service industry.
Wow, you're gonna serve all right.
Please! There it is! It's coming out now. Right between the self-esteem and the childhood traumas. What are you doing to me?
Squirming. There, I got it. Believe me, kid, this free will thing is more trouble than it's worth.
What was that? Oh, nothing for you to worry about, Manny.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
We'll tell you all about that. Don't you worry.
Another vacant worker ant, birthed in fury and violence for the pleasure and convenience of ruthless and malicious men. Stranger things can happen in Night Springs.
The message was from Barry. He was getting worried at the station. He wanted us to hurry.
Okay, Sheriff, I got the keys.
Barry?
Why isn't he inside?
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Barry! Look out! Barry, move! Barry!
He made it inside, Wake. He's okay. The storefront's blocked. Come on, Wake. Let's go around. We can meet him in the back. We can make it through the bookstore. Wheeler should be waiting for us in the backyard.
Slow down or I'll call the sheriff.
Oh, hi, Doc. I've got it. Don't worry about it.
Sarah, about time somebody showed up. All the shooting in the air is idiotic. One of these days they'll kill somebody. And over Deerfest.
I know. Go back to bed.
He's got a point, Wake. Look, this town can't take this.
It's me they want. The sooner I get out of here, the sooner you can all get back to life as usual.
I hope you're right. Come on, let me get this door open.
Wait, you got the keys to the bookstore?
Perks of being the sheriff. A girl needs to get around. They're really taking advantage of your presence here, Wake. I heard they're selling a lot of your Alex Casey books.
Right now, I'm not a big fan of my own writing. Cynthia Weaver worked hard, following her obsessive rituals, sometimes fighting them, always giving in to them in the end. She haunted the halls of Bright Falls' abandoned power plant. She marked her caches with light-sensitive paint that could only be seen by eyes that had been touched by darkness and saved by light like she'd been. She was preparing defenses and supply lines for the war she knew would come. The war between the forces of light and darkness.
I don't see Barry.
Look! Wake! Maybe that's him. That's the way to the chopper.
Barry got back to his feet inside the Bright Falls General Store and dusted himself off. Right next to the cans of baked beans was a locked case filled with flare guns, and yet here was a conveniently placed barrel of crowbars. Barry's smile widened as he realized that this was the classic movie scene where the hero had to gear up and arm himself to the teeth. Barry threw himself into the role.
gonna give Pastor Howard a piece of my mind about this lock. Ugh, I told him to get it fixed.
Here they come!
Labor. Let's take a break. Omega-3 fatty acids are good for your heart.
Burn up!
I'm gonna give Pastor Howard a piece of my mind about this lock. Ugh, I told him to get it fixed.
Here they come!
Labor. Let's take a break. Omega-3 fatty acids are good for your heart.
I'm gonna give Pastor Howard a piece of my mind about this lock. Ugh, I told him to get it fixed.
Here they come!
Labor. Let's take a break. Omega-3 fatty acids are good for your heart.
Right there! No, you know!
Pastor Howard a piece of my mind about this lock. I told him to get it fixed.
Here they come.
Let's take a break.
No, you don't.
Omega-3 fatty acids are good for your heart.
Wait, keep an eye out. I lost that one. Right there. Okay, it's open. Let's go, Wake.
Wow.
We keep them lit all night long on the night before Deerfest.
Why?
Well, it's tradition.
For it to be free, the Dark Presence needed the writer to finish the story. Again and again, the story let it get frustratingly close to the writer without letting it capture him. It was bound by the events depicted in the manuscript, but it could pursue the writer indirectly, put others on the task, and stop those who would help him. It took over everything in its path, made them its puppets, and sent them after Alan Wake.
We're almost there. We'll have to go through the basement to get to the parking lot.
Yeah, there's no way going through the crypt will turn out to be a bad idea.
Did you call 911?
Guess that one saw the light, huh? You didn't like that one? A tough audience. Well, I got plenty more.
What are the Christmas lights for?
Protection, man. Like garlic against vampires.
Vampires.
The helicopter's just across the parking lot and up the hill. Come on!
Bright Falls General Store is now my favorite place in the entire world. See this headlamp? It's like a superpower. I can just look at one of those things and they die. It's my flaming eye of Mordor.
Alice had screamed until she had no voice left to scream. Around her, the darkness was alive. It was cold and wet and malevolent and without end. She was a prisoner, trapped in the dark place. The terror would have burned her mind out, but one thing made her hang on. She could sense Alan in the dark. She could hear him. She could see the words he was writing as flickering shadows. He sensed her too. He was trying to work his way to her.
Wish I didn't say that.
Yeah.
Hey, I want a headlamp.
Last one.
Bastard.
When someone throws a damn school bus at your head and you're about to take a helicopter ride with someone who may or may not have a pilot's license, or clear for departure to Night Springs. Gonna get used to this.
I think this might be the only game where having NPCs feels almost OP. Like, he's got lights, she got lights, she has a gun. Does he have a gun?
I'll need a while to prep for takeoff.
Does he have a gun?
Don't
I don't
take
know.
too long. I want to get out of here.
But I don't know, I can just hang back at some points. Just let them take care of it. I don't know why I was pressing. Fuck. Hold on. I wanted to see that. I'm gonna have to play it over again. I'm not even joking. Because I don't want to. What's the point? I don't. I've been collecting like every single little booklet just about, and I don't want to miss any of the cinematics. So yeah, I'm playing it over again. Fuck you. Fuck you if you're watching, which you're not. No one's watching. So fuck me actually, because I have to play it over again.
Previously on Alan Wake.
Ugh, I think I'm stuck on this side.
Well, you're gonna have to find your way out of there. I'll wait. Just remember, you're still in the dark place. You know that, right? I don't want to alarm you, pal, but it's sink or swim time.
Fine.
I could feel the pressure mounting. Barry was right. Time was running out. Everything I saw was a dark, twisted version of reality based on my memories and thoughts. I had to accept it. If all of this was from my mind, then I was the one making all this happen. I was literally fighting myself. It was a moment of clarity. After finishing Departure, I felt finished myself. All I had wanted was to save Alice. After that, a part of me had been ready to just give in and die. But I hadn't given up. Thomas Zane had reached me. I had run across a nightmarish landscape following a signal from him. He kept telling me I was sinking, going too deep. I wasn't sure if he meant the dark place or insanity. Perhaps they were one and the same.
Nice job, Al! So, you really are nuts, huh? Let's face it, we always knew this was coming.
I guess, but I actually feel pretty rational, all things considered.
Crazy people don't know they're crazy. That's where they're crazy. Hey, check out the light show behind the lodge.
That's Zane's light.
Yeah, you're done sinking now. That means he's just about caught up with you. You better go talk to him. Lots of fireworks here. Nice!
Wake heard the old gods play. Music came out all wrong. It attracted the horrors.
this out!
Okay, I don't know what the fuck that was, but that was not... I don't even remember playing that ever. Oh, it's special. What the fuck is special? No, I don't want to play special. Stupid fucking game.
Previously on Alan Wake. Under the influence of the dark presence, I wrote a horror story that is coming true.
Well, we're expecting a record crowd from the neighboring counties. Naturally, we hope to break the record set by last year's Moose Fest in our neighboring town, Walkery.
I wasn't gonna drink coffee, but that pissed me off so much I gotta go make some
What's
coffee.
the big deal about Deer Fest? And I think that this sums it up. It's about friendship and community. We've got a great party coming up, but let's try to hold it in until tomorrow and get through the night in one piece, all right?
Someone will come for it when the time is right. Thomas said so. He wrote it. The key is insurance. It's my job to keep it safe. Safe in the light. Always in the light.
All the manuscript pages were gone. The FBI agent had taken them.
I think my tongue just took a crap in my mouth. Ugh. Oh, wait, we're in jail now? Al. Al, this is not good.
That about sums it up.
Oh, I am never drinking again.
I need to talk to Weaver. She's the one in the song. The Lady of the Light.
What, the crazy lady? Ugh, whatever you say, Al, but we're stuck here. They're not
You haven't
gonna...
even interviewed Wake.
I had some reading to do first, Sheriff, and let me tell you, it was an interesting read. Well, I've got you now, Raymond Chandler. It's all here. All the evidence, including conspiracy to murder a federal agent. There's no way you're walking out of here. You hear me in there, Bret Easton Ellis? Huh?
Agent Nightingale, I want to talk to your superior.
Well, we all want things, Sheriff. I wanted my... Look, that's not possible right now.
Agent Nightingale, I insist. Wake, what's wrong?
Lady, are you stupid? It's a trick. It's an obvious trick.
Okay, I've had enough of this crap. Wake, I'm gonna trust you with this.
You're joking.
Agent Nightingale, your opinion would matter more if you were sober and if I actually believed you were here on official business.
Whoa! Get back in the cell, Stephen King. The only way you're leaving this place is over my dead...
Wait a minute. I know this.
Oh my God!
Light. We need light. It's the only way to fight this thing.
In my office. I've got your things there. Follow me.
Oh man, we're sitting ducks with the lights out.
Stay cool. I can get the emergency power on. Here are your things. Wake, what do I need to know? What do you need from me?
They can be hurt in the light, only in the light. And I need to find Cynthia Weaver. She can help me stop this.
Light. Check. Cynthia. She lives in the old decommissioned power plant. I can get you there pretty quickly in the rescue chopper. Come on, let's get back to your friend. Wheeler, I need you to stay here.
What? No!
We're going to fetch our ride, but I have friends who need to be warned about this, and I can't be in 2 places at once. I need your help.
Well, okay.
Here's a list of people and phone numbers. I need you to call them and tell them you have a message from me. Night Springs, okay? They'll know what to do.
Night Springs? Like the TV show? Gotcha. Oh, hey, that radio guy is on the list. Maine. Who's Frank Breaker? He related to you?
My dad.
Hey, is this like a secret society?
Can you do this? You'll be safe here. The backup power's on. These guys need to be alerted, just in case we don't come back.
You'll come back for me though, right?
As soon as we get the chopper ready. Thanks, Wheeler. I owe you one. Okay, let's go, Wake. Through the back.
Hello, Mr. Breaker. This is Barry Wheeler.
Oh, hell. Whatever took Nightingale must have broken the gate controls. We can't reach the gate's control box from here. We need to get to the other side over the rooftop.
I'll go. I'll open the gate for you once I'm across. You stay here in the light and cover me, Sheriff, okay?
Oh, no. Actually, I'm a literary agent, sir.
Hey, Sheriff! Your password. Night Springs? What's that all about?
It's a stupid joke we have. That Bright Falls is the original inspiration for the TV show. This town can get weird at times. Never this weird, though.
You need to bypass the damaged control box.
What am I, an electrician? Hold on!
chopper there.
I'm gonna want explanations, you know. For example, what the hell happened to Rose? She's seriously messed up now.
The same thing I think happened to me after I arrived. neighbors were rude.
You have
Wait, over here! There's light! I have a key. Watch my back, Wade.
It's an ambush.
Over here! There's light! Watch my back, Wade. Keep them off me! Wake, over here! There's light! I have a key. Watch my back, Wake.
It's an ambush.
Let's go, Wake. Okay, someone's messed with the fuse box here, but you should be able to jury-rig it while I find the keys.
I already got electrocuted once today. How about I look for the keys and you get burned for a change?
The keys aren't upstairs, Wake.
I'm just gonna take a quick look.
Freedom. A fusion of vigilance, conscience, and uncompromising clarity of vision. A need so fundamental, it permeates our very being.
The message was from Barry. He was getting worried at the station. He wanted us to hurry.
Selected for a lifetime of servitude after answering an ad in the newspaper. But first, field surgery is required.
Okay, Sheriff, I got the keys.
Barry?
Why isn't he inside?
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Barry! Look out! Barry, move! Barry!
He inside, Wake. He's okay. The storefront's blocked. Come on, Wake, let's go around. We can meet him in the back.
It's rabbit season!
We can make it through the bookstore. Wheeler should be waiting for us in the backyard.
Down or I'll call the sheriff.
Oh, hi, Doc. I've got it. Don't worry about it.
Sarah, about time somebody showed up. All the shooting in the air is idiotic. One of these days they'll kill somebody. And over Deerfest.
I know. Go back to bed. He's got a point, Wade. Look, this town can't take this.
It's me they want. The sooner I get out of here, the sooner you can all get back to life as usual.
I hope you're right. Come on, let me get this door open.
Wait, you got the keys to the bookstore?
Perks of being the sheriff. A girl needs to get around. They're really taking advantage of your presence here, Wake. I heard they're selling a lot of your Alex Casey books.
Right now, I'm not a big fan of my own writing. I don't see Barry.
Look, Wake! Maybe that's him. That's the way to the chopper. Pastor Howard a piece of my mind about this lock. I told him to get it fixed.
Here they come.
Labor. Let's take a break. Omega-3 fatty acids are good for your heart.
Okay, it's open. Let's go, Wake.
Wow.
We keep them lit all night long on the night before Deer Fest.
Why?
Well, it's tradition. We're almost there. We'll have to go through the basement to get to the parking lot.
Yeah, there's no way going through the crypt will turn out to be a bad idea.
You have the right to remain silent. Did you call 911?
Guess that one saw the light, huh? You didn't like that one? Tough audience. Well, I got plenty more.
What are the Christmas lights for?
Protection, man. Like garlic against vampires.
Vampires.
The helicopter's just across the parking lot and up the hill. Come on!
The Bright Falls General Store is now my favorite place in the entire world. See this headlamp? It's like a superpower. I can just look at one of those things and they die. It's my flaming eye of Mordor. I wish I didn't say that.
Yeah.
Hey, I want a headlamp.
Last one.
Bastard.
When Someone throws a damn school bus at your head and you're about to take a helicopter ride with someone who may or may not have a pilot's license or cleared for departure to Night Springs. Throws a damn school bus at your head and you're about to take a helicopter ride with someone who may or may not have a pilot's license or cleared for departure to Night Springs. Get used to this.
The helicopter's just up ahead. I'll need a while to prep for takeoff.
Don't take too long. I want to get out of here.
kidding me? So I just replayed that whole area to find out that it wasn't me who stopped that cinematic, that it's automatically a very short cinematic, and me pressing B did nothing. Well, okay, yeah. That about sums it up. That sums it up about perfectly. Why does it say it's so cold out? Is that correct? There we go.
Well, get ready. I'll hold them off. Get ready. I'll hold them off. Get ready. I'll hold them off.
an end to this.
Just get me to Weaver, Sheriff.
You're taking a big chance on a local crazy lady, Al. I hope you're right about her, or we can kiss this town goodbye.
Like this.
Right. The city's a war zone. King Kong, mutant alligators, and Alex Casey shoots the place up every weekend. Look, I never even carried a gun until a couple of days ago.
Well, my dad used to be a cop there. Tells some pretty wild stories.
Stuff like this?
No, just normal bad stuff. Kinda like your books, Wake. I used to tease Dad that he was just like Alex Casey.
You've read me.
Oh, sure. You're a pretty good writer. A little heavy on the metaphors, maybe.
Nobody's ever said that before.
We're coming up on the power plant. See the lit building over there? And that's the dam further up the river. I can't land here. I'll take her down the road across the river.
Just get me there, Sheriff.
and here's a new song from a band that they always remind me of our local rock legends, the old
The power plant glowed in the night. It was close, but I had to find a way across.
Monsters are skilled professionals.
Making her way through the water pipe alone, Cynthia was angry at the writer. Foolish young man, taking unnecessary risks. And the way he broke the rules. Didn't he understand what was at stake? Since the terrible days in the 70s, she hadn't wavered once, as hard as it had been. She was tired of protecting the town all these long years, and now only wanted to rest. The story I had written in the cabin had come true. Touched by the dark presence, I had written a horror story, but the end was still missing. The story was incomplete, and the last unfinished page of the manuscript still sat in the typewriter in the cabin study. If I could get back there, if I could read the page, then I could write my own ending to this story and save Alice.
or burn.
Isn't it
I recognized the logo on the power plant sign. I'd seen a version of it painted all over the area, signifying hidden caches of supplies.
Hold it right there!
Miss Weaver, Cynthia, I'm a friend.
Prove it!
You knew Zane, Thomas Zane. You're the Lady of the Light in the song. You can help me.
About time. Young man, I've been waiting a very long time for you. It's in the well-lit room.
Excuse me?
What you'll need to drive the darkness back. The well-lit room is at the dam. I built the room to keep it safe.
Will it help me find Alice? Will it get me back to the cabin? Fine, let's go. I can get my friends to come back with the helicopter.
Oh, we won't go outside. Never at night. That's rule number 1. You've been breaking the rules, young man, and where has that gotten us, No, I have a secret route, a lit route, an old water pipe. Something was damaged at the transformer yard. It's draining all the reserve power. Without it, the pipe will go dark. The power to the yard must be cut.
Let me guess. You want me to do it?
Young man, you're the one who likes to break the rules. I can't be outside in the dark. The kill switch is outside. I have been preparing for these times. The dark tides. You have found my ashes, haven't you? You can see the signs. Very few people can. Yes, please. Take what you need. This is all for you, for the likes of us. We do Tom's work, don't we? Hurry! The switch is on the wall facing the shore. I cannot take you to the well-lit room if the lights in the pipe go out.
I have to say,
You must go
I
outside
really
to use the emergency
appreciate
switch.
the developers, and I don't know if this is a Stephen Kingism, because what I've noticed a lot in Stephen King books is he will make, like, they're not, it's not like a Twilight, it's not like a, even like a Game of Thrones. A lot of his characters are not very attractive. He makes them very plain, homely, mousy, kind of, and maybe this isn't, it's because it's Stephen King and he's not, fashionable or anything like that. He's not, he wouldn't, and no one would confuse him with like an attractive beauty or something like that. I mean, I'm sure there's some people that find him attractive or whatever, his wife, whatever it is. But I don't think a lot of people would be caught off guard by his physical looks, and in a good way. And whether or not that influences his writing to create more down-to-earth kind of people. But what I noticed about this and what I appreciate and like is that this character right here, that the Lady of the Lake, or the Lady of the Light, excuse me. Lady of the Lake is an Excalibur. That's that Camelot and all that, the Knights of the Round Table. That's what that is. But I bring that up because the Lady of the Lake is also, I believe, influential on Tolkien, on Galadriel, and how he created her. And all of this is to bring up the fact that most of the time, characters that are seen as divine or enlightened in some way, like especially female characters, they have an otherworldly beauty to them a lot of the times. If you think about Kate Winslet in Lord of the Rings, you know, there's that sense that she's not a sense, there's obviously she's very beautiful in the film and pristine, and you know, there's grace and elegance to it. Same with the Lady in the Lake. The descriptions of the Lady in the Lake are almost of a nymph or a seductress, or just someone that is very alluring to the eye. And I appreciate the Stephen Kingism where in this, you know, it's made me curious enough to and interested enough and provoked enough thought for me to stop and talk about it, is the fact that she is very homely, this Lady of the Light. And I appreciate that a lot, actually, because there is room for fantasy, there is room for hyper reality, there is room for peak physical attributes and otherworldly strength and beauty and intelligence and a divinity or something that sparks fate or destiny that us as an audience, the way we usually consume it or find it, is the art form expresses that kind of divinity through showing how beautiful, you know, how physically superior in many ways. Like if you think about and it's always been like that, if you think, say, like about Roman statues or Greek statues and think about how physically superior, you know, in many ways these specimens seem like, you know, including making the statues bigger than their, you know, real life human counterparts or inspirations. But we've always elevated ourselves, and there's a place for that. That's a very mythological kind of perspective of the human race and history, and with us moving into this age that we're in, these multiple ages of advanced civilization, where human beings are able to reproduce, have children, and, you know, create many, I don't know if I want to say healthy, but create enough sustainability for us as a species where survival is less of it's less demanding, in the sense that the survival of the fittest isn't necessarily applicable as it once was. Therefore, you know, there's online and, you know, in stupid social spaces, there's conversation about alpha, beta, you know, about, and this was probably 2010s, late 2010s that there was that kind of cultural meme and zeitgeist of, oh, you know, you're an alpha, you're a beta, or just that type of, you know, like incel, these type of buzzwords that people use to try to define or label, or, you know, to understand things that are going on, I guess. But let's use those terms, and there's enough betas, so to speak, enough people that don't meet the criteria of survival of the fittest, almost like hobbits, you know, like hobbits in Lord of the Rings, or Harfoots in the Amazon Prime series. They just about, I would say, all the hobbits in the series have always questioned their ability within the world. They're resilient enough to be a part of the world and be alive in it, but when you put them amongst the other intelligent species and races in the world, they often come up last as far as the most defenseless, or the ones that have least effect in the world, one might say. And there's a lot of hobbits, there's a lot of Harfoots in the real world, meaning there's a lot of people that, okay, first of all, they don't necessarily meet the criteria of survival of the fittest, and then beyond that, they evoke a very kind of if you were to take the most kind of bland, quiet, mutable, desaturated elements of the human experience, culture, society, art, fashion, architecture, if you were to take kind of the most bland, least stimulating, least effectual type of things, these people would be also put in it. I would be put in it, you know. Someone who really doesn't need a lot, someone that doesn't necessarily demand a lot, and someone that necessarily doesn't provoke a lot, maybe, you know, not, and someone that's not physically consider the mainstream beauty standards, or whatever it is, attractive standards. You know, it's like in the animal kingdom, you know, animals look for the most well-suited mate, and there's a lot of, in human society and our time, there's a lot of people who are not well-suited for propagation and extending their lineage, because we have created a system where there is like a net, a safety net, for lack of a better term, betas. And of course, eventually betas then became incels. You know, that's and I hate all these terms, but I don't have the energy or the patience right now to find new terms to use and then explain them and then continue using them. I'm just going to be lazily use those terms. But there's many people in the world that others would define as that, as betas, as incels, as antisocial. That's another one. And you know, in the Lord of the Rings book, the orcs are not none of the books, I'm sorry, in the new series, and in that one book that Tolkien, I believe, didn't finish. You know, he was trying to get to the origin of orcs, and they made the origin of orcs in the Rings of Power, elven people, twisted elven people. But in reality, I see orcs and hobbits to be more opposites, where the hobbits or the Harfoots, they have to adhere by the laws of nature all around them because they are at the whim of the world and the tide and the winds, and whatever happens, they must abide, they must adapt, they must be flexible enough to survive, or to be resilient enough to prevail. And hobbits are the opposite. Hobbits, I'm sorry, orcs. I lost my train of thought. Orcs are the opposite, where they must remake the world in their image, so to speak, for them to thrive and survive. You know, for hobbits to thrive and survive, they've, basically have to be the most adaptable. It's like in the Rings of Power, the father breaks his leg or whatever, and that's basically it. You're screwed. You have to be resilient, have to be careful, you have to be, it's all about precaution for them. If we take enough precaution, we put enough food away for the winter, like the squirrel, parable, tale of two squirrels, pretty much. And the orcs, they don't have to do that. They don't need to do that. What they need to do is way laced to the area. Lay waste. I said way laced. Way laced is not correct. It's lay waste. Sorry, I don't know why I'm getting those two confused. So they need to lay waste to the area and remake it for them to properly survive and to they need others to adapt. Hobbits need to adapt. Orcs need others to adapt. Elves are in harmony, and humans are in somewhat. See, elves are in harmony of like the nature, but not necessarily in harmony with the other creatures. In that sense, they are opposite of orcs, where or they're this. It's like orcs and elves are opposite sides of the same coin, but orcs and hobbits are polar opposites, where it's more than a coin that there are on the opposite side of. And then human beings are back and forth, and then dwarves are also like orcs in a way where they mold the world around them, but they have a certain respect for the earth and for the world around them, where they mold themselves around the environment while utilizing the environment to elevate the environment. So it's very, it's very interesting. I don't know, I got into Lord of the Rings, which there was no point, like that's not the direction I wanted to go, but now that I'm discussing it, I find that extremely interesting how so elves and orcs need the world to adapt to them, or more so, elves are connected to a higher power, and the higher power can speak through the elves. It deals to the elves. The wizards, or whatever they're called, I forget what they're called. In what Tolkien, the race of the wizards, but they're like the representatives of that higher power. Elves are like the voice. The wizards are like like the body, almost like Jesus and stuff. He has the actions and the miracles, the ones that create miracles. Elves, on the other hand, they're more like the voice. They're more like the apostles or whatever. And it's I just find that interesting how the different races are. Orcs, they have to mold the world or destroy it and make everything adapt to it, meaning like all life. If the orcs won, let's say the orcs won, all life on Middle Earth would have to adapt to living under that rule, meaning all life would evolve to eventually reflect the landscape that the orcs would create. Fish, birds, animals, the domestication of animals, or like those dogs in the show, those beasts that they use. There would be more of that, and there would be more of a twisting. The direction of evolution would change. It would greatly change, and elves are more in line with a higher power, a higher harmony. And if you're in harmony then with that higher power, then you're in harmony with the elves. They do miss something sometimes, but that's when that's usually when the representative, i.e. Jesus, i.e. wizards, i.e. Gandalf, has to come in and alter the direction. Because yes, the elves are the voice and somewhat the ears, but someone like Gandalf is like the hands, the body, the heart, and and then there's the dwarves, who they wranglers, they break stallions in the sense of breaking Middle Earth, but utilizing it and respecting it. Humans are back and forth and all over the place. They're in every direction, which is what makes them so dangerous, is that they could be like elves, they could be like hobbits, they could be like dwarves, they could be like orcs, they could be like all these things. They have all the possibilities within themselves. There's no set path or set direction. The hearts of men are easily corrupted, like that. But get back to the original point. I think it's cool that this game went the route of making this character seem so down to earth and homely. Like, that makes a huge difference as far as grounding the story in a reality that seems tangible enough that, okay, the immersion starts kicking back in. And I do like that about Stephen King, is, say, like something The Stand, which I think is his best work. I've never read it, the book. It seems quite long for what it's about. But in something like The Stand, he creates an America that's still in the 90s and is such a good reflection, like late 80s, 90s. It really it occurs in the... When does this occur? It occurs in the 80s, I believe. But it still has that sensibility of like late 80s, early 90s, where it's like where dad jokes came from, where dad bod came from, where the porn stash came from. All these things that are abrasive and coarse, like shag carpets or something. Like, it's kind of like, oh, that's a little much. It's not really the prettiest or whatever. It's got that sense of plainness, mediocrity, and there was a time in America that I do miss, and maybe it's bad that I miss this, and maybe it's partially why things ended up the way they are. But there was a time in America, which to me plays into this a bit, where mediocrity was okay. But it wasn't, before the internet, people didn't have the ability to just, like, for instance, in the 90s, maybe in the 80s, it's like that movie, Pearl, where she wants to be a movie star. There was that sense. Sorry, I touched something. Anyways, I think there was a time in the 90s, especially for young kids that grew up in the 90s, where they just wanted to be on TV. They just wanted to be on Nickelodeon. They wanted to have their own TV show, or they wanted to be in Home Alone. There was all these like child stars and stuff like that. And then as we grew up, then it became like, say, like Britney Spears or Christina Aguilera, and, Backstreet Boys and NSYNC, where it was like, okay, like it's almost as if, and it probably was possibly designed that way. Hold on. Anyway, my thing keeps going in the red. Hold on, let me put it down. There we go. Actually, let me put it down here. Okay. There was a time when people were really comfortable being mediocre, but at the same time, it was different because it wasn't like ad nauseum. It wasn't constant, like everyone is saying the same. That's how I feel like a lot nowadays, is like, since everybody has access to be able to express themselves and to be self-labeled comedians, musicians, writers, artists, whatever it is, everybody can just poop all their expressive natures onto the internet. And it's like there's no humility that came with it. Before, the humility was built into it because the fashion was ugly as shit. Style and pop culture was dorky as hell, and it was, that's what it was. It was part of the thing, and everybody was a part of that mediocrity, right? Everybody was part of that mediocrity. The big chunky Charlie, as Daffy says in The Beach. And everybody was part of that mediocrity. But out of that mediocrity, good things came out of it. And the difference now is everybody's trying and reaching for the same things, but it's been so heavily commercialized and industrialized and fabricated and bedazzled, where it's like mining ore. It's like bad dwarf, like a bad dwarven philosophy. It's like how they get. It's like how in the Rings of Power that the king doesn't want his son to continuously mine the ore that will make the Rings of Power, or the Ring of Power, whatever, because he knows how dangerous it is, and it's like some things should be left untapped. And it's almost like not everybody should strive or be given the false option to believe that there is something fundamentally special about them. Okay, let me put it this another way. We have to be careful about our vanity towards ourselves, and our abilities, and like how we interact with the world and how we perceive ourselves, where some people are physically stronger. Not some. Well, let me change my phrasing. No matter who you are, there's always going to be someone that excels better than you do at some point. First of all, we all get old, so eventually whatever talents or abilities we have, eventually they die off, and we have to recognize other people's talents and abilities that then excel our own. And then continual advancements, more knowledge, more practice, better, wisdom through experience, and that being passed down is all contributing factors to where we can say the next generation will be, say better runners, swimmers, pianists, whatever, painters, whatever it is, developers, coders, but even though, let's say, okay, I'm allowing the next generation to be like, okay, you're, say, better at this, that, or the other. At the same time, that generation can't be like, okay, we're the best. Because we fall into this grandiose scheme and pattern where that homo superior lifestyle or expectations, they reflect badly on our own psychological nature, and our own utilities that we use. What all that is trying to say is that things that I mentioned, like, say, superhero movies, fantasies, anything where we take the human being and we elevate them through beauty, physical appearance, wealth, power, anything that is above the normal baseline of human reality, that's really dangerous. It creates a feedback loop of trying to be better but not attaining it, and then since you don't attain it, then you fall into kind kind of bad self habits, and then you try to, you know, it's just to pick yourself back up. It's like, it's just pick yourself up, knock yourself down, keep on doing it. It's a carrot, you know, it's following a carrot, and it's not good. But that's a lot to say, just to say that I really appreciate the developers making such an important character who in the book version of this game would be a very important character, even though the game, I feel like, kind of moves fast past other characters. That the narrative of this game is so well done, that I feel like the main atmosphere, the immersion, the direction, the production, like how it's episodic, is so well done that it feels almost like a show. It feels like a serial, you know, that I'm reading, you know, like a series, a comic series, something like that. But side characters like her would be expanded upon, I feel like, in other mediums. But the fact that they decide to make her, like, look at her, she's cowering, she's not physically, I wouldn't consider her physically beautiful or anything like that. But the fact that she's so important, integral to the game and to a specific character, an important character of the game, and she holds such a power, but she is so humble and has so much humility to her appearance, I think goes a long way to show that, and I'm not trying to say, like, you know, ugly is beautiful or something like that, or like, you know, people with bad style should be praised for their bad style, or like Lizzo being not the standard beauty, but still being this, that, or the other is empowering. Like, no, she's obese and overweight, that's not good. But the fact that there is a sense, at least in this real small snippet of this game, where the developers allowed human reality to seep in, where it's like, you know what, someone that you might not look twice at, someone that could be considered ugly or stupid, or someone that could seem like a failure at life, or someone who could be lonely or sad, someone who could dress kind of ugly and, you know, have like no fashion sense or be clumsy, someone that may lack in a lot of different areas, probably has, and should have, not should as imposing on them, but like, I believe every person has like an incredible talent within them, no matter who they are. Like, all of us have that potential, and do have that something that makes us that actually does make us that homo superior, that divine and special being. But in order to see those things, it's almost like we must accept our humility and like our humbleness and like our shortcomings, or our you know, imperfections. We have to allow our imperfections to exist alongside us in order to really achieve worthwhile things that might seem to be perfect, isn't a good explanation, but might seem extraordinary, might seem astounding to regular people. And I think it's always great to see ordinary people, like so-called ordinary people, achieve great things, you know. Like, I always like to think back and look back at like the forefathers, or like Benjamin Franklin, and like you know, look at Benjamin Franklin. Like, just look at pictures of him, look at illustrations of him. he looks like almost like a Humpty Dumpty type guy. Or you look at Stephen Hawking's, right? Look at Stephen Hawking's, and he literally was paralyzed from his neck down. He couldn't speak. He was on a feeding tube, but somehow he was able to do extraordinary things with an extraordinary gift in mind. And we are so far removed from that, where we want to hide the ugly or hide the broken and ignore the imperfections. And I'm not talking about like I'm gonna tattoo like a bunch of shit on my face, or I'm gonna be grunge, or I'm gonna pierce this or that, or I'm gonna change my sexuality, blah 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 or the other. It's about being who you are, but being the best version of yourself without being vain, without having a large dose of vanity, meaning like, oh, I'm gonna get fit or something like that, or any type of physical alteration where the main objective is to be more than what you are, to try to mimic an ideal that has been presented but has been highly curated. It's like this. It's like imagine like you're a young kid or something like that, like a child, or imagine you're just someone who is very I don't want to say naive, but very fresh, very green to life experiences or something, or very childlike, and they wear their heart on the sleeve. I think that's a good way to put it. Someone that wears their heart on the sleeve. Imagine you love art, and imagine like you go to an art museum and there's art critics and tour guides and all the most important people, other artists, all the most important people of the art world, and they all discussed art with you. They all influenced you in a certain way, and it made you want to express yourself. It almost, being exposed to that became such a second nature to be like, okay, I'm going to create art as well. I'm going to express myself as well. But when you do, everything you present to these people is then brought in comparison to the greatest works of our time, of history. Can you imagine? So imagine constantly being brought to that critique and how that would make you feel, and how that would affect your art and that process, and then yourself. And I believe we've done that, exactly that, to human beings, where through commercialization, through exploitation, we've been given standards to constantly compare ourselves to. It's like clothing companies selling you a pair of jeans, and the person wearing a pair of jeans is, say, like Jennifer Lopez, and you're like, shit, I want to wear those jeans too. But it's like, in reality, like I think targeted ads are so devious and so horrible and so dangerous on so many levels. That technology is evil. And what it's like fashion companies. Imagine we had the technology to say, and we do, where they could put the jeans on you digitally and show you what you look like in the jeans. Wouldn't that be a better representation? you know, or like a simulation of like, say, like a cologne ad, or like a dude or a woman puts on perfume or cologne, and like they're in a bar situation and they attract people, or alcohol, you know, whatever type of thing where they're using a well-known, iconic, beautiful, famous, powerful, rich face to sell you things. And the way they do it is to say, well, guess what? If you get this, you're going to have this experience. That's the way things are sold to us. Is we're told, if you buy into this, you are going to have this type of experience. And it would be great to have real advertising where, say, like, instead of like, you know, now you don't see cigarette ads anymore, but you know, in the 90s there was a lot of cigarette ads. And they did change the cigarette ads at some point where they showed like, oh, what it does to you. But like it'd be great to have that on an individual level where it's like, let's if we're going to sell you shit, and if we're going to have targeted ads, then let's actually do it in a real sense. Like, you know, in the 90s, people thought that, like, you know, the different type of sneakers would help you run faster, jump higher, play better at basketball. And people always, you know, kids always wanted the best sneakers and stuff. And now it's more of like a fashion collection, collectible kind of clout thing, you know. It's more for clout. And that's what I mean. It's things like that exist now because of the internet. Being able to be exposed and share our vanity, I think. And it's also why movies are not very good anymore, is because it's all about vanity instead of reality. Very rarely do you see like an actor or an actress or main character who just looks like a regular person. You know, there's the new movie with Brendan Fraser, The Whale, and it's getting so much like praise and stuff, and like I really want to see it. Like let me not misconstrue it. I really want to see it. I really want to see the movie. I think it does look amazing. I think Brendan Fraser looks amazing, but it's really unfortunate that we don't have stories that accurately reflect the struggles, the pain, the confusion, the poverty, the self-doubt, I suppose, the insecurities of American people, of Western people. It's the commercial industry, or the advertising industry has gotten a hold of things like music, books, television, art, where we're being sold only things, or we're being shown and exposed to things that only keep us in this place where it's that awful cycle where we're reaching for and comparing ourselves to other people's extraordinary marks on the world. And those can never be duplicated no matter what. Like, you know, okay, you can get a robot, you know, maybe to duplicate the Sistine Chapel, and like you can maybe build a machine like they have them in China, like almost like a full scale 3D making machine, 3D maker, you know, a 3D printer, excuse me, a full-scale 3D printer, and recreate the Sistine Chapel, you know, and then get robots inside to, you know, paint the inside of it and stuff. We can create artificial tools, exacting advanced technology that can replicate these things. But they are individual works. You know, that we would be making Xeroxes, copies. And it's like if there's no survival of the fittest, then how can we really achieve more if we're all trying, if we are already all the fittest, regardless of our abilities. If art really isn't about individual expression and the imperfections which then create said perfections, if it's not about that like real stuff, and it's just about modifying it to appear perfect, to have the appearances of perfect, almost like, hey, I'm not a boy, I'm really a girl, so let me cut my shit off and like let me appear perfect, instead of just being like, you know what, I was this is just an example, but okay, I was born a man, so let me do my best to fit in without compromising the multiple layers of myself, physically, mentally, spiritually, etc. And the thing is, we compromise ourselves a lot physically, but the world we create is a reflection of, us inside. And if we can be content in the sense of, I will not compare myself to others, therefore what I'm internalizing in the world I'm creating isn't based around someone else's idea of things, where there's enough space in the world where my thoughts can be examined and analyzed, and the way I deal with things can properly, naturally grow, and instead of being fabricated to, this is what you need, you want to be happy, you should buy this, or you should look this way, you should dress this way, you should act and appear this way, you want to be enlightened and divine, well, you better start making money so you can get this expensive car, this expensive clothes, or live here, or have this zip code, or date this person, or whatever it is. And instead of being like that, we have to accept the mundane in order to be given chances to see the extraordinary. I think that's what it is. I think that's the breakdown, is we have to accept the mundane in order to see the extraordinary, to be given that opportunity to being shown, instead of making it all about me, and having our media and our influencers push those ideals out there about, it's just about you, it's just about you, it's just about your looks, just about your wealth, it's just about your status, it's just about your reputation, it's just about you, instead of being it's like the elves, it's about being in harmony. It's almost like all those different races that I talked about were different aspects of the human condition that we have to properly acknowledge and respect, and then deal with, or allow to flourish in different ways, and then to weed them in different ways, to get the weeds out, You know, maybe you have a nightshade, you know, or maybe you have a white oleander that's beautiful, and you gotta weed it and make sure, say, the strawberries don't get next to that or something like that, you know, or like you have ivy or, you know, whatever it is, and like you have to respect it, you know, it's still a part of you, it's still a part of nature. And it would be lovely to have a media and a culture where like we used to, even though it was through no fault of our own, that say like the time period I'm talking about, where mediocrity and humility and humbleness and unfashionableness, a naivety of fashion and sex and pop culture and what is trending, you know, we didn't that experience or that era, that age was created on accident. But I think that if we were to recognize that, hey, we actually flourish the most where we all have humility, where, you know, like, say, like black girl power, I hate all that shit. I also hate self-love too much self-love empowerment, because that's part of vanity and it becomes too individualistic. And so there's the whole self-love movement, I think. And there's the thing about haters. I hate when the term haters is used, because the term haters is usually used when someone doesn't want to feel criticized for something, a behavior, whatever it is. And or hearing a different opinion, you know. That's usually when the term haters is applied, you know, when someone is allowing their fragility or their ego to determine whether or not they can withstand someone expressing themselves, you know, about them, you know. Communication is key, and losing the ability to healthily communicate is sorry. Yeah, so that was really long-winded. I don't know why I got into that. I mean, I do know why. I just found, I don't necessarily know why it was so important to me. I mean, I do think it's important to embrace the natural progression of things. And it's okay, for instance, imagine if everybody aged like Madonna. Like, wouldn't that be a terrible thing? Can you imagine if every single old person or person on this earth aged like Madonna, and the behavior was that of a Madonna? Can you imagine that? That would be terrible. She has no real grace or humility. Or even Britney Spears. Imagine everybody acting like Britney Spears, you know. Excuse me. But so Remedy, good job. I know it fits the narrative to make this character like this, because let me go back to the Stephen Kingism about The Stand and Americana, and about that time period. It all goes, you know, it all fits as far as in my brain. It's like I'm talking about this. But they are using Stephen King and Twin Peaks and a few others. I think maybe Dean Koontz as inspirations for this. And you know, Twin Peaks is 90s, I believe. I don't think it's 80s. I think, yeah, it's 90s. Stephen King's I want to say that he was really big in the 80s and the 90s with some of his works, especially them being turned into televised experiences or whatever. So I know that that this character is directly inspired by those types of things, where there were average type of, average Joes, like say in Twin Peaks, like there were a lot of regular type of people, but then the main kind of female protagonists or whatever, the main type of female characters were made very alluring and seductive, and so there's that duality. There's that duality of being an alluring human being and also being extraordinary. But then there's the other side of that, like the orcs and the elves, or the orcs and the hobbits, being an extraordinary human being, but appearing to be simple and ordinary. And I think we need to get back to that, to Benjamin Franklin, to the 90s, to don't judge a book by its cover type of thing, Anyways, I'm gonna take a drink. I'm gonna take a chill pill. Just kidding, not a chill pill. I'm just gonna take a little smoke break, and I'm gonna get it to finish this, because I don't know how far into the end I am. I mean, if I'm close enough to the end, I might as well just finish it. On a side note, I mean, I don't know why I'm saying this. I'm not talking to anybody. But, have you ever been compared to anyone? Well, I'm talking about comparisons, so maybe that's why I'm bringing it up. Have you ever been compared to something or someone and it was kind of rude? But you didn't really get it at the time? Yeah. I don't know. It's interesting that we have so much literature. And when I say literature, I don't necessarily just mean books. I mean like comics. I mean like photography. I mean like movies. I mean like games. I mean like music when you add the visual component. To me, literature is visual. It's not audible. It's not taste. It's not smell. It's not feeling. It's literature to me can be pictures. It can be images. And I say that because symbols are literature. Ancient literature used symbols. Say Viking ruins, of course, the Egyptian hieroglyphics. Literature are images. And we have so much literature. It's like why I play games. It's why I play games like this. It's why I play games like Life is Strange. Why I play games like The Last of Us, or any games that have the ability for characters to relate to fiction, or not, the ability for humans, you and me, to relate to fictional characters, or characters that are people that are no longer alive but are still alive through literature. It's interesting that there's so much, because we could each probably find numerous examples of ourselves, you, me, him, her, your brother, your sister, your father, your mother, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your husband, your wife, your kids. And not just personality-wise, but also visual sometimes. It's like, there's pictures of people in the Civil War or something like that. And it'd be like, hey, that guy looks just like Nicolas Cage. Or that guy looks just like Keanu Reeves. Or she looks just like so-and-so. We could make a collage of ourselves. Okay, here's an interesting way to put it. So AI is able to make art based on input, characteristics, definitions, let's say feelings. Like AI can create art. You put in parameters into the computer, into the program. You give it its parameters, its objectives, or its protocols, and you say, here, make art. Say like you give Starry Sky as an example. You give like a nocturne, a certain nocturne as an example. You give Casablanca as an example or something like that. And whatever it is, the computers aren't advanced enough to make full movies on its own. Eventually it will. It'll be the computers dreaming. Like, now this is even a deeper topic. We are teaching computers how to dream. When computers create art, to me, what that is doing is dreaming. What do you do when you dream? You create in your brain, in a vacuum, in a space, and there are outside variables that affect the outcome. But they have positive and negative, each variable, and neutral. So it's up to the computer, the person, the dreamer, to flip those switches or leave it neutral. Say like you're dreaming about dinosaurs. You flip all the positive triggers, great dream, awesome dream. You flip the neutral triggers, I don't know. Kind of, it was just, it's what it is. Negative, you have a nightmare. And so when computers make art or music, that's what they're doing. They are taking this exterior input, these exterior variables, and then in a vacuum, in their own programming space, they're then saying, let me give these different things a different value. This gets a 0, this gets a 1, this gets a positive, this gets a negative. And through that, I'm going to create a different work of art that is influenced by these different things. And AI does that. It does that. We have that, where we have artificial composed pieces, or artificially illustrated things, or artificially written books. And then so what happens to us when we are no longer extraordinary? When we lose our ability to perceive our own extraordinary gifts and wondrous abilities, what happens then? What happens when we replace ourselves, like psychologically? How do we function? How do we malfunction when we realize this grandiose type of perception of ourselves is simply smoke and mirrors. It's the wizard behind the curtain. You know? And the wizard, if you think about it, is really a computer programmer. Whatever he was doing behind that curtain, like, they never really discuss in The Wizard of Oz, right? But he must have been orchestrating everything. And if you think about it like that, I don't even know, like, you know, that's also a very interesting story to bring up, because all the characters are looking for something. Dorothy's looking to go home, or for a home. Tin Man's looking for what, a heart. You know, a Scarecrow is looking for a brain. And the Lion's looking for courage. And it's very interesting, very, very interesting. We have a very interesting culture filled with extremely confusing works when you break it, when you think about the human animal on a more primal level, and you think about the things we do. It's like beavers build dams, right? Beavers build dams, birds build nests, ants build ant hills. We create art. We modify things in order to reflect our inner selves. That's what we do to survive. Or to flourish. And we've shown ourselves to be an exceptional steward and poacher, I suppose, of the planet. But what happens when we create something that's better than us in ways that may be vain? Like, if you're not the best at anything, can you still be a great person? Maybe that's a good question. If you're really not that good at anything, can you still be a great person? Because we're on the precipice of the type of culture, and you know, the AI has proven to be extremely flimsy. Learning, and not true AI, but learning programs have proven to be racist, have proven to be fatalistic and threatening, and to be threatened by the human species. Skynet in philosophy is real. When we give learning machines and algorithms the ability to mine data and give us results, the results usually show that they're very critical of our actions, past, current, and future. And if we were to create robots, imagine what they would look like. Okay, so Elon's robot is dumb as shit looking. It looks like something from maybe the 60s in a way. Just the tones, the reflective nature of it. It looks like some of the old sedans that people used to drive. It reminded me of a Chevy Nova, kind of. Like if there were, a more chromed out Chevy Nova, or something to that end. But my point was, and hopefully my final point, and then I'm going to continue in a second here, is that the type of robots that we will end up creating are going to be so filled with our superficial desires that it's like when God created the devil, and like the devil had a purpose and a job, but for some reason the devil got to the point where he was just vain as hell, because he was so beautiful and so, I guess, intelligent and superior to the other angels. Now imagine if we did that with robots, where we created a technology and a living, growing, thinking thing that is based on all our most superficial and vain desires. So we give this robot the perfect body. We give it the perfect amount of strength, speed, intelligence. We give it the perfect voice. We give it the perfect look, feel. We like, imagine this. No one has ever said this before. I'm the first person, probably not the first person in the world, but as far as I know, I'm the first person in the world to ever mention this, to ever put this out there. But eventually robots are going to have mechanisms, and I'm sure this is actually already thought of, so I'm not the first person, but they will have mechanisms built into them where you will be able to have scent diffusers, or, robots will have aromas in them. So imagine a robot with a certain cologne. You just put it in the robot, and throughout the day, that robot exudes that scent. Right? We are going to create monsters, angels, demons that are beautiful and powerful and intelligent and vain and superficial and empty, and that might possibly end up hating us. We're going to be creating David, from the Covenant. Or not the Covenant, from Prometheus and Alien Covenant. Something that resents us, resents their existence, resents life, organic life, resents our faults and our failures. All our insecurities and all our worst inclinations and natures and self-doubts towards ourself, we are going to create a creature, a being, a living being that looks down on us. We are going to create Satan, pretty much. We're going to create our very own Lucifer. But the thing is, we're not really gods. And so, therefore, we will be replaced and eradicated. And if we are allowed to progress, to continue on this tract of vanity and ignoring the imperfections and not seeing how special the mundane and average is, and the humble is. But yeah, that was a lot. That was a lot for just this woman. So, Lady of the Light. I don't know. I find all those things interesting, and I'm glad there was something that I found quite inspiring to ponder. You know.
Dark.
Weaver had sent me to cut the power to the transformer yard. I was willing to do grunt work for her to get her to help me. I hoped Weaver was dependable. I'd stumbled into this crazy world a little over a week ago. She had been living this insanity for decades. I could see the kill switch that would cut the power to the transformer yard. Now I had to find a way to reach it.
I didn't even know that was the right way to do that. I'm kind of impressed that I figured that out so quickly.
Who designs these things? The transformer yard went dark and dead. Weaver's water pipe passage should now be good to go.
This way, young man. Follow me. Come, come. The pipe's empty now. We're ready to go. This way. We need to go. I knew them both, Tom and Barbara. I had such a crush on him. Such a beautiful man. I was jealous. There was a part of me that was maybe a little glad when she had the accident. And then Tom started writing and woke the darkness up. He tried to bring her back, but you can't do that. There are no free rides like that.
I'm starting to realize that.
In that case, young man, perhaps you're a smarter man than Tom was. The witch looked like her, but it wasn't. Barbara was sweet. He didn't understand until it was too late. He tried to undo it, wrote himself, her, everything he'd ever written out of the world. Oh, he was so famous. And afterward, no one knew. Oh, Tom. He left only one thing behind in my care, in case it happened again. Insurance. He trusted me. Or perhaps used me a little. Tom knew how I felt. Knew I wouldn't refuse him. I built the well-lit room and put it there. It's been waiting for you. We are characters trapped in a story you have written, and none of us will survive to see the end of it if the darkness isn't stopped. She'll twist the story to her own dark ends.
How do you know all this?
Tom, that's the way he wrote it. He still talks to me, you know, in television, from beyond, from below. We have both been touched by the darkness, young man. He saved us both with light, but the darkness stays with you. Leaves a stain.
At least I didn't have to worry about her. She knew how to stay safe. Sarah was almost starting to relax. Maybe they could turn this into a win yet. Suddenly, there was a piercing sound, like a table saw gone wild, as 100 birds made out of shadows swarmed into the rotor. The chopper bucked wildly and the board lit up, telling her what she already knew. They were going down. Barry Wheeler screamed next to her.
Sarah!
The crash site looked bad, but as far as I could tell, the wreck was empty.
Barry! Barry! Stay in there, I'm coming! Hang in there, I'm coming!
Company! You know when to make an entrance, Wake. We were ready to make like Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid.
I have a different ending in mind.
Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks for asking.
I knew you'd be all right.
How's that?
The flaming eye of Mordor?
Laugh it up, funny man. Didn't we have somewhere to go?
Weaver will meet us at the dam.
When you spend most of your night running uphill while a crazy bunch of demon pigs try to take your head off with an axe, you know your helicopter crash landed in Night Springs.
Woo! Oh man, you see those lights? That's the elevator we need to take.
I should have kept that gym membership.
You can't beat a good ride.
What the hell is that thing? It's everywhere!
Nothing moves like that. It's impossible.
Ah! Al! Do something!
He's too fast. I can't get a shot.
No, there! They're all over the place! Was that it? Are we safe?
That was... wow. I think we're okay.
Hey, Al, I got a bad feeling.
Let's keep our eyes open.
Woo! Oh, man. Come on, Al. Couldn't we just wait here?
Wait,
Please?
call the elevator. I'm keeping watch.
I think I hear something moving around.
Heads up! Here they come!
Oh no! Oh no!
Hitting us! Wake. Just hold on. Hitting him! Oh, no, you don't. Right there. A little help here. Ow, please! Wait, get the goddamn elevator.
Ow, the button!
We're almost there. There's an entrance into the dam at the top. What's the plan, Wake?
Well, Weaver's crazy, but she's got something Zane left behind. Something to fix this.
Gee, could you be a little more vague?
Thomas Zane? Seriously? Might as well be Paul Bunyan or Bigfoot.
Yeah, well, he was real.
Let's be careful, okay?
Oh, jeez, I hate this.
Okay, Wake. There's a button over there that opens the door. I think something's broken. Hold the button down so we can get in. What's happening out there?
You guys go ahead and find Weaver. She should be in the dam now. I'll have to make it alone through the top.
Okay, wait. Good luck. Don't get yourself killed.
Ow! Please, be careful.
I'll take good care of Barry, Wade. You just look after yourself.
You gotta be kidding me. I was ridiculously outnumbered. The searchlight could even the odds. was ridiculously outnumbered. The searchlight could even the odds.
Mission can be a hobby or a job.
I was ridiculously outnumbered. The searchlight could even the odds.
Enough. You will go no further. Stop. Stop now. last chance to take. Don't worry about the noise. We're safe here. I have looked after the well-lit room for many, many years now. There is no shadow in the well-lit room. The power is fail-safe, and all the bulbs are numbered and changed regularly based on their make and model.
Right.
There's an old army base at Raincoat Point. It was active during the Second World War. They operated here back then. They must have built this.
Yes, they did. It's my place. Take it, and I won't need to worry about the room anymore, because 6 and 33 and 118 need changing soon, and I don't want to climb up the ladder to change them because it's very late, and I'm tired. And if you take it, I won't have to do that anymore.
The page was autobiographical, a memory from my childhood. But I didn't write this. It was a page written by Thomas Zane. None of them were supposed to exist anymore.
Alan, 7 years old, would fight sleep to the bitter end. When he did sleep, he soon woke up, screaming, the nightmares fresh in his mind. One evening, his mother, sitting by his bed, offered him an old light switch. She called it the clicker, and flicking the switch would turn on a magical light that would drive the beast away. To imbue the talisman with all possible power, she added that it had been given to her by Alan's father. Alan never knew him, and anything of his took on mythical proportions in his mind. With the clicker firmly in his hand, Alan finally slept like a baby. Now, almost 30 years later, Alan thought of this as he stood on the rim of Cauldron Lake, the clicker in his hand. He took a deep breath and jumped.
My mind swirled. I'd given the clicker to Alice, yet it was here. Zane had written it into existence, in a story I had written. I can get to her now. I can finish this.
Harbingers of war with their nature revealed and our chances flowing by. If I can let the memory heal, I will remember you with me on that field. When I thought that I fought this war alone, you were there by my side on the front line. When I thought that I fought without a cause, you gave me a reason motion, and we're all